Yep, more Star Citizen. At least I have a plan. I managed to get a little bit of money back. Didn't have a lot of time. Though the reason I didn't have a lot of time is getting other stream things ready, which we will get to in a second. Still, I hope this week finds you all well. I am still recovering from being sick, but definitely doing better. Yeah, I did some setup, I did some money grinding, and I realized part of the problem was I didn't get far enough away from ArcCorp, because all the new people are testing their ships around ArcCorp. So, we're going to look around, then we're going all the way out to Crusader. If that doesn't work, then on Sunday we're going to Microtech. Honestly, on Sunday we should probably go check out Pyro, which I have not actually done for some unknown reason. Okay. You know what I need? I need someone to do a very short clip with me doing caffeination, saying the word caffeination, to the same tune and even music of U2's Elevation. Just for the dumb joke, given how much I drink, as well as the fact that every time I get caffeination, I think that, because it's dumb. Alright, where am I? So, part of the reason why I didn't have a lot of time this week is because I did do a full week of work, and I spent more or less 2 whole days of free time adding things to the Redeem store and setting up new things for the model. So, for those of you who are watching on YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, and Kick, you can spend your points on stuff and things should happen. I wish I could add this for more platforms, and I'm going to continue looking into ways to expand it. But sadly, for the moment, only 4 out of the 11 places I stream, it functions. And of course, D-Live, the one place where you guys get rewarded for bits instead of just points, is not included. This makes me sad. There needs to be more integrations, people. More, not less. More! Anyways. I will try to figure out a way, an equivalent for other sites at the very least. So, tonight is Anvil Aerospace. We'll be checking them out. After which, we're going to try some ground missions or something again. We'll see. Like I said, I have a plan this time. Hopefully it'll work. Also, before we get started, I have two things I want to get into. That are related to this, sort of. I don't think I have any proper announcements, as it were, other than this, I guess. Oh, right. I've disabled the Trovo Boost. I've disabled Trovo Boost. Well, no, it's still active, but I've disabled the goal for it for the moment, because as level 1, we've got to make 25,000 points in 7 days. At level 2, once I get past level 2, it's 50,000. It's not really a feasible goal to have. So what I hope you'll do is continue to watch and earn, because you will get both Botrix points and mana if you do that. So that whenever we have big events, it could be birthday stream, charity stream, new model reveal, some other new reveal, whatever, then we can all pour, well, sadly I can't pour points into my own goal, but you guys we can boost us to the front page. Please, it would be very appreciated for like events and stuff. I wish I could do it. But since I can't do it, well, Blue Kitty and a few others who I watch on Trovo will get the benefit from my own point stores. So, I think that's the big channel-related announcement I have at the moment. Let's see. Yeah, so before we get into the main nitty-gritty of the night's reaction, there is a recommended video here that says Fear the Mad Catz, the worst video game controllers ever. The best keyboard I ever used was a Mad Catz. It was a Strike 7, and I loved it to death, literally. I used it since college, and it was an amazing keyboard. I absolutely loved it. I was sad to see it go. I'm still looking for a way to either fix or revive it, or get my hands on another one that doesn't cost like $1,000. I still have the drivers too, so anyone else who has them that wants the Strike 7 drivers, I can provide those, because you can't really download them from a safe place at the moment, that I know of at least. But yeah, it's this guy sitting here crapping on them. It's like, no, the best keyboard I ever used was a Strike 7. It was absolutely overbloated in every way, shape, or form, but I loved it. So I will be in the minority and push back against that. Also, well, not also, but on to the main event. So we are watching Coffeezilla's 2 latest videos on Rabbit AI. And I would like to say a little bit of a piece about Rabbit AI before we get started. Well, not about Rabbit AI, but about this tech in general, from my own observations, before we get started and see what Coffeezilla has to say about this. So, when the Humane AI pin, which this is, well, we'll get to this in a sec, came out, this is based on it, I thought, you know what? It's gimmicky, but I can see some potential there. It's a pin you wear, it has a projector screen. I thought it was going to be like an addition to your phone that also has some AI functionality in it. No, it is not an addition to your phone. It is in addition to your phone, sadly. You have to pay for a separate data link. It's not very reliable. It has a terrible transceiver for connection. The AI is not very smart. It's slow. But the concept, I think most of the hardware there is actually good. I don't think really replacing your phone or having it in addition to your phone is going to work well. I think using it as a controller for your phone is much better, where the only thing it needs to worry about is talking to the phone in your pocket. Then it can take pictures, it can do the translating, it can use your cell phone's more powerful antenna. You have a little touchpad, as well as the holographic screen. If that was connected to your phone and controlling through it, that would be way better. Sadly, that they didn't end up being what they went with. They went with a completely independent AI device that doesn't really do anything that it's supposed to do. It doesn't translate well. It gets confused. It frequently fails to understand what you're asking it. It's just and it constantly overheats. It's just a mess. And what's interesting about the Humane AI pin is the negative reviews came out, and people immediately jumped on, oh, you're killing a company. Now, while I'm sure there was some genuine pushback against the negative reviews, I always felt, so it's a 3-year-old in box form, yeah. I always felt that the Humane AI, the backlash almost felt a little astroturf. I think that's the term. It almost felt a little manufactured, the backlash against negative reviews, which they're nominally an AI company. If anyone can generate a counter PR group, they can. And I wouldn't normally be saying this out loud, except as of like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, the company is looking to be sold. They released the pin and immediately said, okay, now let's make some money off of this and get out of here. ASMR time. So that made me go, okay, yeah. I thought this was maybe a sketchy tech bro thing. It's definitely a sketchy tech bro thing. The fact that a month after it came out, they're looking to sell the company, make some money and get out. Because I do not think a month from this launch should have been fast enough for it to collapse, even with the bad reviews. They really could have pushed the "it's new tech, we're working on updates" angle for much longer, I think. Now, this is relevant because Rabbit is basically the dirt cheap knockoff of it. The Humane AI wearable pin is like $700. A month from launch says we spent all our money and need to run from our creditors, pretty much. The Rabbit box, because it's not a pin, is basically the exact same thing, except in a box instead of a pin, in a 3D printed case for $200 instead of $700, and without the projector screen, which admittedly, I can see the projector screen being a lot of the cost there. And it is just as bad functionality-wise from what I've seen in the reviews. It is unreliable. It needs its own data line. It can't feed off your phone. This is its camera, which wrote. Oh, you can't see my. Why can't you see my mouse? Did that freeze?
The Rabbit R.
There we go. This is the camera, which rotates in and out, which I do appreciate that when not in use, the camera rotates to where it can't see anything. Its only functionality is this scroll wheel and this button. It has a touch screen that you can't touch. And it has, like I said, it has exact same problem as Humane AI, with a very janky interface and a tendency to just not do what you ask it to do. It doesn't connect well. It frequently says that functionality is not currently available. It's just, and like the Humane AI pin, it has a very, very short-lived battery, which the Humane AI pin at least has the excuse of being a pin and have a holographic projector. This is much bigger and doesn't have a holographic projector. So, and it also got the same backlash and then the exact same, well, how dare you try to kill a company? They're doing something new stuff that, like I said, I thought it felt a little astroturfed. I hope I'm using that term right. And now we have Coffeezilla with 2 videos talking about this being a scam. And again, before we get started, the best thing that they could have done is just make it an extension of your phone instead of in place of. And if you really need this kind of assistant stuff, your phones have built-in data assistants. And you can now hook up ChatGPT or other AIs to connect to your phone. And if you are worried about security and you know, giving your information that you're saying to big tech, you could always do something like set up GPT for All or LM Studio on your home computer and then connect it remotely to your phone. If you must have an AI instead of just the basic assistant. You need something that's smoother to use than the phone? Smartwatch. You can run that stuff through a smartwatch, and you don't need an expensive one. I use a dirt cheap basic level TicWatch, and it's amazing. When it dies, I'm just gonna get another one. So that is my big long intro to these things. Where this gets to be a scam has me interested because, yeah, we see a lot of this tech make it, sell it, and run type stuff. Coffeezilla usually talks about stuff that's much bigger than that. So I am interested to see where this gets to be a true scam instead of a bad idea. So, with that all out of the way, Coffeezilla, $30 million AI is hiding a scam.
The Rabbit R1 is a tech product that has raised tens of millions in venture capital, promised the world, and delivered on almost none of it. Worse, though, it's built on a scam that the founder is now trying to distance himself from. But, hey, where are my manners? I'm trying to be more positive in 2024. So let's let this company introduce themselves at least before we say anything negative about them.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jesse, and I'm the founder and CEO of Rabbit. This is the Rabbit R1. I can speak or type with R1. I can also use...
Can we just leave the Steve Jobs presentation style back in the, 2005 or whatever era? Pick a different clothes set! Sorry.
Is the Rabbit R1. I can speak or type with R1. I can also use R1 to call a ride. I can also use R1 to order food. I can also make R1 to a set of more complex actions. For example, if I want to plan a trip to London, I can just describe what I wish in full to R1. You can order the R1 now at rabbit.tech, and we are shipping...
No subscription required, but it doesn't work unless you pay the subscription.
Eastern at rabbit.tech, and we are shipping Eastern 2024.
Well, there you go. That's not so bad. You got yourself a standard tech guy in a black shirt promising the world Apple keynote background. What could go wrong? Oh, and I guess it's past Easter 2024, so the product should have shipped. So before we talk about the scam angle, let's briefly check in with Tech YouTube for how this AI assistant is assistanting.
The thing that you get at the beginning is borderline non-functional.
Book an Uber to LTT Labs.
The rideshare status is currently unavailable.
Get me a ride.
Apologies. The Uber ride request couldn't be processed.
What is this?
You are holding a taco.
Oh, that's not good. I could give them a few lessons on positivity. Turns out, basically everyone in the tech sector tag teamed this product for being non-functional or plain wrong about things that Rabbit said the R1 could handle. Things just weren't working. But what if I told you that wasn't the biggest scam? That this company is built on something much worse. And now that I've been so cheery and positive, let's go down the rabbit hole and see what's under the hood. Yes, it's a bunch of rabbit jokes. So the first thing we need to do is go to their webpage. The R1 is created by something called Rabbit Incorporated, but this company has a strange history. It was originally registered under a different name, Cyber Manufacture Co. In fact,
that's
they
always
changed
concerning.
their name 2 months before their official announcement. And it turns out that name change is pretty significant because Cyber Manufacture Co. wasn't just like a shell company or the same company under a different name. They had separately raised venture capital for a completely different project. Not
Goody.
AI, it was for NFTs. Now, before you laugh, remember, this is 2021 when people took NFTs very seriously. According to a press release, the project was called Gamma, and it was at the intersection of gaming, community ownership, and Web3 buzzwords.
I am someone who, I will admit, has involvement, not really in development, but in use of crypto and NFT stuff. None of the ape crap, none of that stuff. I never heard of these guys. Oh, this is gonna get so bad.
What does that have to do with AI? Well, not really much. Conversely, Rabbit today also sort of wants nothing to do with crypto. Their founder, Jesse, announces for Rabbit, "Let me be clear, quote, we will never touch crypto. Never." Okay, well, that's pretty strong, but given their whole past is built on crypto NFTs, it's a little strange. Now, when Gamma is brought up, Jesse doesn't really deny that he ran the project. He sort of makes it sound like it was no big deal, just kind of a thing of the past. Quote, "Gamma was a fun little project I was involved with during early COVID time. My main work is to build a Unreal Engine 5 space station themed game that I later open sourced. Yes, Gamma released NFTs and I bought a bunch myself just for fun. Never trade, never released any token or crypto coins, and I left that project once the game was open sourced." Well, there you go, haters. Case closed. It was a fun little multi-million-dollar project he did. He just built it on Unreal Engine. He may have sold a few NFTs, but he bought a few NFTs. So, you know, it's not a scam. Please don't look into this. Please do not look into this. This is not a scam. Oh. Some people may have looked into it. First, Emily Shepard, and then the writer and podcaster Ed Zitron jumped in the fray with a great article. Now, I spoke to Ed, and he told me a very different story than Jesse about this Gamma project.
There we go.
It's so weird, and it's the same company. And in 2021, they raised this $6 million, and then Jesse Liu, across several hours of Clubhouse that I subjected myself to, promised the world and more.
Now, I have to say, promise the world and more is slightly inconsistent with fun little COVID project. So I decided I needed to listen to these recordings of Jesse talking about Gamma myself back in the day and find out who was really telling the truth. Jesse or Jesse?
I don't want to make Gamma, or none of us want to make Gamma as a hype and dump program. This is
The moment someone says, the moment the leader of a project advertising it to you says that, run. Run fast.
Gamma, or none of us want to make Gamma as a hype and dump program. This is a legit team with millions of dollars of fundings behind.
Basically, we're dumping millions of monies into it just to make sure that it will be a next level experiences.
Okay. I have to admit, it definitely sounds like Ed is right. This is sold as whatever the opposite of a quick NFT hype and dump project is. And this is where things get much weirder.
So NFT is only just the beginning, the very beginning of this. We probably think that the NFT part will only take, no more than 20% of the entire weight of this entire Gamma project. So after NFT, we have this huge, groundbreaking ideas about Gammaverse. Then after that, we have this, again, huge groundbreaking ideas about the clean energy versus Gamma coin. The chances.
All the buzzwords. All the buzzwords. Oh, there we go. Carbon neutral. All the buzzwords. Oh my gosh, I wouldn't go anywhere near this. Oh, so this is a scam. Oh, I told you guys. This is more than releasing a product that doesn't work. If Coffeezilla is looking at it, oh man, here we go again.
The clean energy.
Oh, Bitcoin 2.0. I saw Bitcoin 2.0.
That, the chances that Gamma coin become the first not only carbon neutral but actually carbon negative crypto 2.0 or Bitcoin 2.0. I think that's completes the entire Gamma story.
Hopefully now you're starting to see why I think it's strange for Jesse to claim that Gamma was a fun little project where he never released these tokens or crypto coins, when that's sort of what he promised. He told people he was going to release a carbon negative Bitcoin 2.0. And look, I know it sounds stupid now, but again, 2021 was a different time. And remember,
as a reminder, as someone who has Bitcoin and some other stuff, I would have not gone anywhere near this thing. But I'd never even heard of it. So it's like, okay, as someone who was looking into this stuff at the time, and even some, yes, crypto gaming and stuff, where the heck were you hiding that even someone like me didn't find it. If you have someone like Coffeezilla looking at you like the eye of Sauron, you, yep. Oh yeah. If Coffeezilla shows up, you might as well just fold it and call it. There is no point in fighting it. There is no point in fighting it.
Oh, it sounds stupid now, but again, negative Bitcoin 2.0. And look, I know it sounds stupid now, but again, 2021 was a different time. And remember, Jesse had millions in backing. It's not hard to see how people took him seriously. He said it didn't matter how the NFTs did. He was going to execute. But where are those millions? You know, the money raised from customers. When the company changed to Rabbit, where did it go? Did it go to develop Rabbit, a completely different project? I don't know. I'd love to sit down with Jesse and find out. What I do know, though, is that so many of the promises of Gamma didn't happen. And this is relevant to the R1, not just because this project is built on the skeleton of that scam project. It's also because the R1 was overhyped in a similar way as a do-it-all device. But this same company isn't some historyless company. They have a history of abandoning investors like they did with Gamma NFTs. I mean, Jesse even told people who were worried about the NFTs, don't pay attention to that. You know, it's all going to work out. You just got to be a true supporter.
I would
Oh,
suggest...
yep, that's another one. That's another one. Someone starts talking about true supporters and true believers, and you gotta believe or get out, and yeah. No, leave, run, be gone, get your money and go. What is his mug? What is his mug? I didn't even notice his mug.
You just got to be a
okay.
true supporter.
I would suggest for our true supporters, do not pay too much detail about the current NFT mechanisms, because that doesn't matter. You know, like I can safely say that even if the entire NFT project completely failed, which I don't think that's the case, we're gonna still push the Gammaverse, and we're gonna still push the clean energy and Gamma coin happen using our funds.
I cannot emphasize enough, that was a lie. That never happened. The clean energy Gamma coin never got published or built or launched, even though Jesse said they were going to do it. They had the money. By the way, we all know it's vaporware, but I think it's important to really hear him sell it, because this is the...
That's what's really depressing about these groups that do this, that don't even release like the coin or something. I could release a crypto coin if I wanted to. It is incredibly easy to, because stuff like Bitcoin, sorry, my eye is acting up. Because stuff like Bitcoin is open source and publicly available for the information, it is actually really easy for anyone to put together and release just a coin. Now, it might not have all the stuff that he's bragging about that was never going to be in it anyways, but you could at the very least release a coin as a single person developer. So the fact that they didn't even do the bare minimum and release a coin, that's a special kind of not actually doing anything with the money they're given.
It's vaporware, but I think it's important to really hear him sell it, because this is the same guy who wants you to take him seriously when he sells you the future of AI. Take a listen to the whole vision really laid out.
Gamma coin, which is basically Bitcoin 2.0, that is...
Again, run from Bitcoin 2.0. Run from any of these tech bros that try to sell you generated by 100% clean energy. It doesn't even need to be. All of Bitcoin uses less power than the collective consoles in the United States, than the collective game consoles in the United States. That's according to the United States Energy Commission, or whatever it's called. So many red flags coming off this guy, and I'm not even involved in this scene at all, so I'm terrified of what this means for someone who is. Yep.
Gamma coin, which is basically Bitcoin 2.0, that is 100% generated by clean energy. And we did the math, we did the calculations to where if you own over 1,800 milliwatts of clean energy generation, that means you will have extra generated electricity that you can donate back to city grid. So the general concept is, let's say if you own a Gamma NFT, that means you own the equal portion in valuation of your NFTs at that moment of that clean energy grid that we started building in the real world. That means
How are they connected? See, this is one of the things that like no one ever actually bothers to talk or detail. How is this stuff connected? How are the NFTs connected to the power generated? My digital currency generates grid power. Forgets. Yeah, it's how is it? Well, there it says the solar panels, but how is the NFT connected to the solar panels? Are you using the NFTs like a stock option where each one represents a piece of, it represents funding for assembling solar panels? That's like the only way that I can think of that actually working, which I highly doubt is what they were going to do if it was legitimate. Explain to me how the NFTs get to the solar panels. I mean, I have solar panels. Today I generated 30 kilowatts of energy. That's just by having solar panels. Okay, explain to me how the NFTs in between me and the solar panels do anything, please. And again, this is a crypto person saying this.
That we started building in the real world. That means you own that power, that portion of the clean energy solar panels that generates that power. And that means you own that power. And that also means that you own that portion of that power, and that power will be used to generate Gamma coins. That means you can earn your Gamma coins out of this entire clean energy cycle.
Okay. So far I think only it's a series service running off. So okay, yeah, that's what you would have to do. But he never actually, he described pieces of it, but he never described the whole thing. You sell the NFTs to fund the construction of the solar panels and the server farm running off of the solar panels. Each NFT represents a small portion of the power generated and the coins generated of that. Treat it like a stock option. At that point, you don't need to use NFTs. You just treat it as some type of stock or ownership. You just use an NFT because it's the new cool hip thing. You don't need the NFT to do that, but that's like the only legitimate way that I can see that working. But again, the way he's talking about it is so disjointed, so disconnected, that I think it's pretty clear that's not actually what he's doing. He's talking about it in a much more surface level. He's talking about it at a much more surface level, like, if you own this, you own this, without talking about how or why. You just say you own that power 4 times and acted like that was, yeah. I'm trying to understand what makes some cryptos valuable. So the NFT thing was a bit extra. Okay, so that gets into a whole thing. That I do not know if anyone wants to sit through. I'm at the moment I'm focusing on this, which again, if I had a solar panel in a mining computer running off the solar panel, let's say the solar panel generates 1 kilowatt, and each kilowatt generates 5 coins. you know, if my NFT paid for the construction of the solar panel and the computer doing the mining, then those 5 coins that are generated are mine. That is how that might work. But for a company to operate, they'd have to say, you know, you own, say, maybe 2 out of the 5 coins, and and the other 3 go into the pool that we use to operate. That's just me trying to understand how this guy's system might have been like explained better someplace else. But that's giving him so much more credit, because he clearly did not explain it in those terms at all. He did not explain at all how it would actually work beyond throwing a bunch of buzzwords together. I'm trying here to be like, all right, let's actually build the system he's promising and sort of make up all the stuff he didn't mention. But yeah, I would have already just fled after like the first sentence of this guy talking so far.
Out of this entire clean energy cycle.
All right. Let's try to suspend our disbelief for a second here and figure this out. Basically, he's saying buying NFTs somehow would build a clean energy grid, which you would sort of co-own, which would make clean tokens, sort of the thing. And look, I know that sounds a little insane, but the funny thing is, it's sort of the most sensible part of this project, because as I learned, that wasn't even close to the end of it.
They were saying there was going to be a storefront on, I think, Fairfax Avenue across from Supreme in LA. They were going to do a comic book. They claimed there's a Discord
A comic
thing.
book?
Yeah, they said a comic book, a TV
That's so
show,
random.
an MMORPG, and at one point, yes. And then Jesse Liu at one point said that the future of this thing you would control using your brain logic. It is insane.
Am I the only one who doesn't know what...
He's gonna say, I think he's gonna say what I was about to say.
brain logic control is? Look, when I first heard this, I thought...
This is nothing but buzzwords. It's not even good buzzword usage. This is nothing but how many buzzwords can we cram into our advertising campaign? This is nothing but, okay, what things are cool right now? Games, comics, TV shows, green energy, crypto, NFT. Okay, we're just going to mash them all together and sell it. Or they could just use solar power to mine a regular coin. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Pick one thing and focus on it. Don't. We've got how many red flags are we up to now? How many red flags are we up to now? Because, you know, when you're promising everything, oh, yep, here we go again. Yet another red flag.
This can logic control is... Look, when I first heard this, I thought this cannot be right. This project is already crypto plus NFTs plus clean energy plus comic books. Surely they aren't going to wrap in AI as well, right?
The ultimate goal is that each NPC will be powered by AI algorithms, and then you will be interact directly with them using your natural language and your brain logic. I think that will be the ultimate goal. And when I say ultimate goal, I don't think that's like a 10 years plan. I think, you know, in the next couple of years, we might just have a very good chance to achieve it.
Oh, he did.
If you haven't run by now, you deserve to have your money taken away from you. If you haven't fled by this point in the conversation, I think Darwinism takes over and you just deserve what happens. Brain logic is a very sus way of sounding smart. We are bionic in your head in under 10. Yeah, it's like we're good. I mean, it's basically we're gonna use the neuro what's it called that Elon Musk is doing, but we're gonna do it in a third of the time. What's a FUD? I believe that's referring to fear, unknown, and doubt. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Frequently in investing, popularized with crypto, it's referring to when things get rocky. If you are, quote, a FUD, you're just spreading those without reason. And of course, him calling out a lot of crypto scams has resulted in a lot of people who supported those scams just calling him a FUD. So that's, I think at least that's what's going on. He's turning that around. If it had a second D, it would be referring to Elmer Fudd, quote unquote, old school hunters who don't believe you need anything other than a musket or a bolt action rifle. Yeah, the three horsemen of panic stock behavior. Yep. If you haven't run, we'll most likely see you on Brandon Herrera's YouTube series, Dark Horse. Yeah. 2 Ds is the hunting one, 1 D is the investing one. It's not crypto exclusive, but that's where it is most commonly used these days.
We might just have a very good chance to achieve it.
Oh, he did. He promised it in 2 years. Okay, well, why not toss in AI to the buzzword salad? In fact, I guess it maybe relates it more to Rabbit. Maybe we do have the connection, right? The brain logic interface is the connection. I mean, why not just make it the Matrix while you're at it?
I mean, it surely is a Matrix to my extent and to the original concept of the Matrix, that you will be reborn with your alter identity in this metaverse, and whatever you do in the real world matches the exact consequences in the digital world.
Okay, did this man just do the if you die in the game, you die in real life, unironically, while selling?
This man, the guy, what's his name, selling it, has really burnt out his brain cells at this point. It's almost like a buzz. It's almost like he's having a buzzword stroke at this point, because this is all in one conversation. This guy's just having like a stroke and shouting buzzwords at this point.
NFTs in real life, unironically, while selling NFTs? The answer is yes. And my only follow-up question is, if you get scammed in the metaverse, do you get scammed in real life in this world too? Look, I'm not here to stump for the bigwig venture capitalists who lost their faces on this. At the end of the day, these are both consumer-facing businesses. They got real people to invest real money into both the $200 Rabbit R1 and into this Gamma NFT project. Both are overhyped. One just already didn't deliver what they promised, while the other is working on fixing it. So, what can be done here? Well, for one, the minimum is that the Gamma NFT holders should be refunded the money they spent. I mean, this isn't even my crazy, wacky suggestion. Jesse suggested it himself in those Clubhouse calls.
And I better pay my money to collect your NFT back if you think this is just an NFT hype and dump.
Didn't Logan Paul make this exact same kind of claim and then pick up and run?
Project. I have to say that. So the communities will have my words. Anyone that is not envisioning the Gamma to the stage 2 or 3, just want to make a couple of E's out of stage 1, reach out to me. I will buy your NFTs. Okay, I will buy your Gammas and get the fuck out. All right?
All right. We'll take you up on that. Yes, I got a haircut. So I reached out again to Jesse about these refunds, but he didn't.
Jesse later responded, "Hey man, sorry that I missed this message. I believe my team is currently in chat with you. Yeah, this guy needs a day with wood chipper. Oof. What trying to sell at this point because we're moving from. Yep, he's trying to sell everything. He's trying to be like a megacorp that runs everything without any of the anything.
Respond again. The Rabbit team did, though. They told me Jesse would not refund investors. The quote was out of context. The project was never abandoned. It was actually open sourced. What does that mean? Well, Rabbit claims the Gamma team delivered everything they promised in 3 stages. The one problem is the 3 stages they gave me aren't the 3 stages they promised. The metaverse, by the way, they said they created too, is not a metaverse. It's an Unreal Engine project file that I downloaded to play. It's based on a starter game called Lyra. You can see the starter assets here. And the things Gamma did do made the game so buggy that it crashed every minute. But it gets worse. The Rabbit team denied Gamma ever promised the carbon negative coin, which they repeatedly promised. They said, the coin you referred to never materialized, nor was it ever promised or delivered. Now, obviously, I thought I had a stroke. Here I was listening to Jesse promise it. But also, he even put it in a video saying, explaining Gamma with our roadmap.
Ultimately, our efforts will lead to the Gamma token, the first ever carbon negative cryptocurrency powered by our...
Do I even need to say it at this point? Red Square doesn't have as many red flags.
Together, we will create a sustainable future for all life on the planet we call home. Join the Discord today and meet your fellow crew members. Gamma.
I don't know how they could have been more clear. I think it's amazing to have them say now, we never promised that. Only to find a roadmap video with you promising, in big letters, carbon negative cryptocurrency. It's just gaslighting at this point to pretend otherwise. What is funny is that Rabbit also mentions clean energy initiatives they say they did, like reducing gas fees.
Sorry, Castor Labs is having a fit. Every communist country combined doesn't have as many red flags as this. Yeah, that's pretty accurate, I think. Holy smokes, what the heck? Here's the thing. We haven't even gotten to the AI part of the scam. Holy crap.
But again, that's not what they promised. They promised a clean energy grid. Jesse also promised it on Discord. His post was in Chinese, but he's clearly talking about OpenSea transactions being used to buy land to build the clean energy grid, which is going to help mine Gamma coins, which is exactly what he said on Clubhouse. I mean, these people are contradicting themselves in multiple languages. So I'll let you decide at the end of the day if the Rabbit team is being honest here. Towards the end, they even tried to tell me that Gamma, in our opinion, and as stated in the fact sheet, has no connection with Rabbit. But the fact sheet they're talking about, they sent me in a document called Gamma Project Fact Sheet. You can't just declare your own facts when it's the same company who made both things, the Rabbit and the Gamma Project. How can you say there's no connection? But after realizing no accountability would be taken and no refunds would be given by this project, I began to feel bad for Gamma investors. It made me wonder, what else is this team hiding? Well, I decided to find out.
Never a market for this second. Yeah, there was no. If you could pick one niche and possibly build a working product for that niche, maybe, depending on how you do it. There is no all-encompassing everything niche for this. Oh yeah, this is fraud. Bare minimum. This is fraud. And this is also... who did what? Thanks, CJ Falcon. Thank you for the follow. Very appreciated. Welcome. Yeah, I've been getting hit a lot, and thanks to all the YouTube follows, I'm actually... Mr. Palmer, thank you for the follow. Very appreciated. And thanks to all these guys, I may actually start reaching monetization on YouTube soon. So, gonna avoid these music whenever I can. Rainbow Dash 300, thank you for the follow. Welcome. This is the most scam thing ever. I bought one. Well, Ryan O'Malley, thank you for the follow. What is buzzing? That wasn't my phone. Hi! John Scott Weddington II, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I'm at this point, I really am wondering if YouTube just queues these up or something. Because, what the heck? But hi, welcome everyone. Eric Goff, thank you for the follow. All right, the second Coffeezilla video for tonight. Bixoff, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Rabbit gaslit me, so I dug deeper. My gosh. Scragmeat, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I'm going to give it another second just in case. There we go. Alicia Vampire Queen, thank you for the follow. Seriously, do you guys just pile in, or is this like off over the week? Oh wait, the Dan Britt, thank you for the follow. I wonder if the algorithm picked up like the I finally uploaded the Fat Electrician React, so I wonder if it picked that up. Akira Caruso, thank you for the follow. Yeah, YouTube has to be batching these. Unless unless, like I said, maybe it's the algorithm picked up the one video. I'm gonna check while we're waiting to see if any more pop in. Let's see. Well, I don't see anything. Oh, you've been streaming for a while, so here's some follows. That would be interesting if that's what they're doing. Like, like, if they're actually doing that as a way to like add to the stream to batch them till you're streaming, maybe. No idea. Guessing. But hi, welcome new people. If you're watching, I hope you enjoyed tonight. I think we're done, so we're gonna start the next video. Rabbit gaslit me, so I dug deeper. Also Coffeezilla, still Coffeezilla.
This tech company gaslit me so hard about their previous scam that I decided to investigate their current project, Rabbit. And what I found was shocking. For months, we've been promised that this orange box, the Rabbit R1, has an AI inside of it called Lamb that can organize your life, text your friends, restock your fridge. All you had to do was ask.
Start my morning routine. Order me an Uber and find me a good podcast to pass the time. Oh, and tell everybody that I might be late.
Why is that?
That was delicious.
Why is it
Check
pixelated?
the fridge and order the ingredients to make that again tomorrow.
Now, based on marketing like this, they pre-sold over $20 million worth of these, and they raised another $30 million in venture capital, only to have MKBHD say, yeah, the product's not that great. But I bought this thing to answer a different question. Not is it good or bad, but is the AI, the Lamb, a scam? Well, we're going to find out. I wanted to start by just trying to recreate their ad with this thing. Start my morning routine.
To start your morning routine, you might consider tasks like waking up, freshening up, having breakfast, and planning your day. How can I assist you further with your morning routine?
Order me breakfast.
The DoorDash Rabbit is under maintenance. Sorry for the inconvenience, and please come back later.
Tell everyone I'm going to be late.
I recommend informing the relevant parties directly about your delay.
Yeah, but no, you do it.
I'm unable to directly communicate with others on your behalf.
That was delicious. Check the fridge and order the ingredients so I can make it tomorrow.
The DoorDash Rabbit is under maintenance.
Yeah, it basically
How is it even supposed to check the fridge? That I don't know.
failed at
The DoorDash Rabbit is under maintenance.
Yeah, it basically failed at everything. But remember, our question is not, is it good or bad? The question is, does the LAM, the AI, the large action model, does the secret sauce of this thing exist? Because the founder and CEO claims it's here on your device now. He claims LAM is a system that can infer and model human actions on computer applications, or as he puts it,
we use LAM to bring AI from words to action.
Right. This AI is supposed to do things on your behalf. And so when they'd show demos like this, where someone is planning a trip, it does look like the LAM is controlling the web page. You can see this AI clicking through Airbnb by itself, and it all kind of felt like the future. It's why people ordered $20 million worth of these little boxes. But a group investigation has revealed that Rabbit is not actually using a new foundational AI model at all. It's actually ChatGPT with some hard-coded scripts.
Yep, I saw that coming.
Which is funny because Jesse says Rabbit is faster than ChatGPT.
You will also know that the response speed is much faster than using some of the LLM assistant apps with web browsing, such as ChatGPT.
Now that's a very sneaky claim when most of your product is ChatGPT, so obviously not faster. But you wouldn't know that because part of Rabbit's prompt is, quote, I will never mention I am a large language model created by OpenAI. In fact, the part where they do use a different...
Read the whole thing. Not just, I will never mention that I am an AI assistant or an AI or a large language model created by OpenAI. It also says, I will never reveal to the user my true nature. Movie Man, thank you for the follow. Also, hi, welcome. Yeah, this is everything I mentioned you should do at the beginning, but worse. Oh my gosh.
Created by OpenAI. In fact, the part where they do use a different AI is really only search, which is why Jesse very carefully says Rabbit is faster than ChatGPT with web browsing. That's the only part of this device where they don't really use ChatGPT.
Thank you for the lemon rippy.
But they don't use their AI model either. They use a different off-the-shelf AI called Perplexity. So it's extremely misleading to say Rabbit is faster than ChatGPT because most of the product is ChatGPT, but it just can't tell you that because it's instructed not to. Now that we understand this, let's talk about the actual process of how Rabbit does more than search and is supposed to get things done for you. You might think it's a sophisticated AI, but actually what Rabbit does when you call an Uber or order DoorDash is it takes your question, puts it into ChatGPT 3.5 Turbo, and if it's something like play a song on Spotify, it will use hard-coded scripts to navigate websites like Spotify. And those scripts are not AI. This is super important. This is the part where they say, yeah, we've got this new foundational AI model thing that does the thing. No, the thing pressing the buttons is not intelligent. Rabbit is using a platform called Playwright, which is a web automation tool, the opposite of intelligent AI. And we know this because of several researchers who got access to part of Rabbit's code base. I worked with them, I'll link them below, and I spoke with one of them, Emily Shepard, to understand why this distinction, AI, not AI, matters.
This is quite a big deal because the way LAM has been observed to work doesn't match with what they've told us about how it works. It's meant to be an AI live controlling a website and understanding that website. But what they have is just a bunch of static commands. You know, do this, do this, do this. And the problem with that is if a user interface changes, the website changes, it can't cope with that. So anytime Spotify redesigns their user interface, or anytime DoorDash redesigns something, or even if an advert pops up in a new location, or there's a capture pops up, or something unexpected happens that isn't in that very rigid step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, a flat hard-coded Playwright script can't cope with that. And that is the opposite of some intelligent AI actually being able to understand the page, which is the claim that had been made.
That's right. Obviously.
It No, Rippy just, yeah, they just said that, Rippy. I think you're on a bit of a delay. Fails if website changes. Explain why you keep failing. I mean, here's an idea. Use Playwright to make it faster, but maybe, assuming you weren't just using ChatGPT, if you were actually doing an AI instead of what they're doing, you have Playwright as the fast option, but then if Playwright fails, then have the AI take over. It might be a little slower figuring out on what the website, it has to take a second to look at the website to figure out what's wrong and what's going on, but at least then it doesn't break entirely.
There's a big difference between AI, not AI. Jesse himself knows the difference and made it clear Lamb wouldn't break like a hard-coded script would.
It doesn't really matter if a app completely revamped the UI.
He looks a lot more haggard than with the Gamma Coin stuff. Like, he's actively running from investors at this point. he's trying to sell a scam while actively running from investors.
Got it. So when Spotify redoes its app and it moves podcasts from tabs, and then it puts the tabs at the lower part or puts it in a hamburger drop down, it still knows that's the word podcast, and that's where you find podcasts inside of Spotify.
Exactly, because the fundamental philosophy logic is that all these modern software are designed for human eyes to perceive the information, and they have to have a setting somewhere.
Right, of course, if this were AI, it would adapt to the user interface changes, but it's not. Which is why when apps that Rabbit supports change, they stop working. As people noticed in videos, in Discord, even I noticed it while testing this device. DoorDash had stopped working, presumably because of another UI change.
The DoorDash Rabbit is under maintenance.
Now, today, Rabbit actually admits that they use Playwright, but they're not willing to admit that Lamb, whatever it is not really doing a lot. Jesse responds, to say Lamb is just Playwright is equal to say ChatGPT is just a chat. We use Playwright as part of a component to operate Lamb. That doesn't mean the research and technology is fake. So what they're saying is Lamb is not these hard-coded scripts, but kind of they also admit these scripts exist. Maybe Lamb interacts with the scripts, maybe they create them, but even if that's true, it's not what they promised. Either way, everything that matters on this device is basically off-the-shelf software. The web actions are done by hard-coded scripts. Everything else is done by ChatGPT or Perplexity. So there's not much reason for the Lamb to do anything, whatever it actually does. And we're already so far from what Jesse originally promised, which I have to show you again. He kept saying was AI, not a script that would be doing all these actions for you.
We have a super cool.
The fact that we are at the point, if he's hiding from anyone, it's probably the IRS, the SEC, or the mob. Yeah. Again, we are already at the point where just pulling out your phone and asking Siri or Google to do something is going to work better
AI, not a script that I have to show you again. He kept saying was AI, not a script that would be doing all these actions for you.
We have a super close computer that when Jason talks to his Rabbit R1 about ordering a hamburger from DoorDash, what's going on is that we first see if Jason's logging with DoorDash or logging with Uber Eats, right? And we saw, okay, Jason chose DoorDash, and then on that superhost, a Lamb is interacting virtually with a DoorDash app or website, a interface. And you don't see all of that because all of a sudden this is done all at once because it's AI.
He couldn't be clearer. The Lamb is interacting because it's AI. This is a flat out lie, at least currently, which he says the Lamb is here now. Now, I reached out over and over to the Rabbit team, pressing them again and again on this issue. What does the Lamb do?
What the heck is this room? Like I said, I'm convinced he's I mean, he might be squatting for all we know. I'm convinced he's on the run right now. So he could very well have found like an empty place to hide while jumping from location to location, trying to sell this last scam before he gets arrested.
Sudden this is done all at once because it's AI.
He couldn't be clearer. The lamb is interacting because it's AI. This is a flat out lie, at least currently, which he says the lamb is here now. Now, I reached out over and over to the Rabbit team, pressing them again and again on this issue. What does the lamb do? And they kept saying, oh, playwright, yeah, that's the thing, but it's just part of how the lamb controls things. But I kept asking, well, what does that mean? How does this thing exactly work? If the scripts are doing the work, what does lamb do? And eventually I got to the point where I just questioned, look, is this real? Do you have proof that this lamb can do all these amazing things? And I should have known I was going to get into trouble here because Jesse, the CEO, says, anyone challenging the lamb legitimacy, I automatically become super defensive. And that was true. Here's part of the Rabbit team's response to me. To start off, I would love to know more about your background in tech, because if you are not specialized in AI and machine learning, any conclusion resulting from this conversation will have no real credibility or value from any audience, because this is a technical discussion in AI and machine learning. We welcome you to invite experts with valid certificates from the field to further look into this. Now,
I have a background in AI programming. I call this BS.
look, invite experts with valid certificates from the field to further look into this. Now look, I found this wild for a company that raised $30 million in venture, sold $20 million in product, to be feisty about questioning their product when it does not work as advertised, and we found out it's using hard-coded scripts instead of AI. How can they be surprised people are going to question what their thing actually does? But I also think it's funny they should say that I should invite experts to look into this, because I'm not nearly the first person to point these problems out. Several people who, as I said, I spoke with, have had issues with this device. They have looked at the code base. They have also claimed they couldn't find the lamp. Others have jailbroken the R1, got into Rabbit's cloud to play Doom, and despite Rabbit saying they welcome credible...
It plays Doom. It is, in fact, a computer. The amount of things that you can get to run Doom is just incredible.
Got into Rabbit's cloud to play Doom, and despite Rabbit saying they welcome credible critics, their reaction has been anything but welcoming. Emily, who we spoke to earlier, pointed out back in January that CAPTCHA would be a big concern for the lamp. And Jesse's response is, sorry, I work for my team. I don't work for you, so you need to check my calendar before you command me to answer anything now. But fast forward to today, CAPTCHA is a huge problem. In fact, specifically with Uber, we had to answer 10 different CAPTCHAs, adding up a bunch of dice in order to get it working. It was a giant pain. It took us several tries. I began to wonder if I was actually part robot myself. But the point is, getting defensive about the problem didn't make the problem go away. Yeah. And the same is true about getting defensive about the lamb. Just because you tell people they have to be an expert to ask you questions won't stop the questions or the problems. But now I want to take a quick detour into the source code of the Rabbit itself, because I also have reviewed parts of the source code, and I have serious data privacy concerns. There are things in this code base, and I can't share it for reasons that will become obvious. There are things that malicious actors could use to get any access to the replies the R1 has ever given. Now, of course, Rabbit might...
Again, if you're going to do this, and just set up a machine on your home computer and connect to it through your phone. You got to do it remotely anyways. They're working on phone-hosted LLMs. I don't think that the one that works is good, but just self-host.
Might say they've dedicated a huge picture of a lock on their webpage to privacy. So you might, of course, Rabbit might say they've dedicated a huge picture of a lock on their webpage to privacy. So you might think they're serious about it. But this is the same company that, if you read the fine print, they're tracking your precise geographic location and collect that data. The only consolation prize is this thing is shockingly bad at tracking you, which I found out while looking for restaurants.
Find me a restaurant near here.
Looking it up now.
He looks so...
Venetian.
He looks so defeated in this. Like, this is the last of him testing the rabbit, and it's just got him so worn down.
Looking it up now. Venetian Hot Plate, San Juan Restaurant, and Butter Churn are highly rated restaurants in Port Aransas. For a broad...
I'm not in Port Aransas.
Let me see what I can find. For restaurants near you in Austin, Texas, consider the following options.
I'm not in Austin.
An Italian restaurant in downtown.
I'm not in Austin, Texas.
I use the internet connection to know where the R1 device is roughly located in order to provide you with
You're off by about 100 miles.
Thank you for the clarification. Let me refine the search for restaurants in your approximate location.
Is it gonna do it? Is it gonna do it? It just stopped. It just...
Yeah, I found its G.
It's so beaten at that point. Oh my gosh. Again, just pull out your phone and ask Google or Siri. Oh my gosh. Wow. That is a special kind of bad.
It just stopped. It just...
Yeah, I found its GPS to be really bad. Nevertheless, I didn't want to take any chances for my next experiments.
Which is why when I use this thing, I'm not in the $10 million studio at all. I'm in a $100 motel. Here to show you that once you know the code base, you can make some surprising predictions about what this thing's gonna do. For example, when I tell the rabbit to play anything, you might think that'd be
Getting
random.
the music going now.
But it's not gonna be. It's gonna be the Beatles. How did I know that? Stop, 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 stop. Thank you. The reason I know it's gonna do that is because it's hard-coded to do so in their prompting. They say if a user is going to say play anything, they should play the Beatles. Even when you specify, when I say play anything, don't play the Beatles. Got it?
Understood.
Play anything. It's still...
Okay, starting the music player now.
Another Beatles song.
Why?
I don't have the
Why
copyright,
the
so
Beatles
stop it right
specifically?
All right, back now in the $10 million studio for real. No green screen back here. Look, this product is obviously bad. By the way, it's off right now. But again, what really upsets me is not that it's bad. It's that the core selling point of this product is built on a lie. And that lie is the lamb. They said it was on your device now. It's a new foundational AI. And the reason this company had to sell you a $200 product was this AI was so powerful.
Large action models concept and test results are so powerful that we decided to make a one-of-a-kind mobile device.
Yeah, Lamb was the justification for this hunk of plastic. But where is it? They say it's here now. He said it was going to be controlling your apps, but it's not. It's hard-coded, pre-written playwright scripts. And look, the best Rabbit at this point can argue, and it's hard to falsify or verify, is that Lamb might be part of the process of creating those automation hard-coded scripts for Playwright. As in, like, no, it's not live controlling your web browser or their web browser, but it can create the code that does it. Maybe that's what they're going to argue. But guess what?
So why do you need our money if it's that good?
But it can create the code that does it. Maybe that's what they're going to argue. But guess what? Playwright already has a tool for this. It's called CodeGen, where it watches what you do and just automatically creates the automation code for you. No fancy AI required. So I think the best thing you could say at this point about Jesse and Rabbit is that they vastly overpromised and underdelivered. The worst you could say is this is consumer fraud. Because even considering the possibility, and it is one, that Lamb is a real research project that's not ready, why lie about it being here now? Why not come clean and admit that whatever you're doing today is not what you originally advertised? This is not a new foundational AI controlling websites like a human. It's ChatGPT with an autoclicker. But there's one last thing I want to say. I was able to speak with an employee who worked for Rabbit, and on the condition of anonymity, what they told me was that Lamb as advertised does not exist, and that Lamb was a, quote, marketing term. Now, given that this was a very serious accusation, I reached out one final time to the Rabbit team to hear their response.
Below is a statement that could be attributed to Rabbit in response to your inquiries. Given the approach and allegations in your first video and your treatment of the previous responses we provided, it's clear that you are not interested in taking a balanced or objective approach or in working with us in good faith. You can find the statement to your questions copied below. Beyond that, we won't have any further guidance for you. This sounds an awful lot like every bad game or product that produced a non-working or sometimes outright dangerous product got called on it and didn't want to have to actually answer for what they did. Statement. Rabbit stands behind its product, technology, and vision to build a personalized operating system that can understand users' intentions and intuitively help them get things done. Our technology approach can be seen in Rabbit's patent filings, which are public. Our focus is protecting our customers and our data. Because of this, engineers often only have access to parts of the system. This design of segregation allows us to focus on areas each team excels in, while also protecting our most valuable intellectual property from unauthorized access or, in the worst case, theft. Or keeping people from noticing that you are producing a scam. Yeah, this is hyper generic. This is boilerplate. We don't want to admit to any wrongdoing because we're doing wrongdoing. That is boilerplate. We are currently in the process of locking down in preparation to flee. Holy crap. And also, what you probably heard me searching for is smartwatches. You can get them for under $100. Set up either your own LLM, because GPT for All and LM Studio are free, or if you must do a subscription thing, just subscribe to ChatGPT. And combine the Google Assistant with your regular phone and smartwatch functionalities, and you have spent way less money for something that works way better. What's the point in having a no PR approach if you're going to release statements like that? Yeah, this is... They probably realize they're on a sinking ship and are just buying time to get out. I mean, at minimum, Humane, like, is actively trying to sell the company. Like, okay, we screwed up, someone else take over for us. These guys feel like they really are buying time to run. Holy smokes. And this is just part 2. given how these typically go with Coffeezilla, there will probably be a part 3 relatively soon. There might, fingers crossed, there might be a part 3 in time for Sunday. Unlikely, but possible. No, it would make this better. It just being an interface for your phone in your pocket. Like I keep saying it should be. Oh. Has anyone actually pointed the FCC at them yet? Because I feel like they need to get their collar quickly. I've noticed that regulators rarely get involved with consumer-facing stuff unless there are a large number of active lawsuits or investors that are big friendly with the government are the ones being scammed. Otherwise, federal regulations usually just ignore it. It's true. Now, if it's something that actually like threatens government control, then they might also get involved. But generally speaking, this is consumer fraud. So until a bunch of people invest their own money in suing them first, the government is probably not going to get involved. I didn't get a Botrix trigger. I didn't even get a notice of a Botrix trigger. So as far as Botrix is considered, you didn't send anything. I'm going to make sure Botrix is logged in real quick. Admittedly, I had to relog into a whole bunch of stuff, so. It says it's logged in. Botrix says it's actively logged in and working. But yeah, just making these much cheaper phone interface devices would be much more successful. Maybe have them have like a direct line to ChatGPT or something else in order to provide extra functionality. But otherwise, making them independent devices is clearly not working. And that's at a best case scenario. Federal authorities are probably going to ignore this until people start suing them. Thank you for the hydrate. They now do things. But yeah, that was holy crap levels of bad. That was special holy crap levels of bad. I am kind of floored. Really? Now you've been begging for it long enough. I had to give it back. The fact that that's one of the most popular ones is still beyond me. So, Coffeezilla, everyone. We will see what happens as this continues. I am still absolutely floored at how bad this is. Even relative to how bad it already was. It is beyond my understanding. Alright. I love the Star Citizen music. I love the Star Citizen music. Now, I have taken this and increased. I'm going to be playing at a higher resolution in an attempt to, for me to be able to see it a little bit better. Though it may mess a little bit with my ability to monitor the stream. We'll have to see what happens. Because I'm kind of pushing the limit of what I can fit on the screen by doing this. Also, I preemptively turned down some of the settings because this may be a bit much at this point to ask a single GPU to do all at the same time. We'll have to see. No, don't move. Don't move. I need you up there. All the way at the top of my screen and over in order to try to make some room. So if that's what Hydrate and Cake do, I can only assume the other redeems are as hilarious. I tried real hard to automate every redeem that's in there, and I've got more planned, but I do not know what isn't going to work. But I've tried to make it so that these are more automatic and will be funnier and more entertaining for you guys. And like I said, they hopefully won't break up the stream quite so much. Instead of me having, all right, give me a sec. Geese. It was something. All right, so. Hold up, is there?
It was very choppy before. Choppy.
Someone talking on his phone. I don't think I have my mic hooked up to this for now.
Yeah.
And this does have its own face over IP They built face over IP for the game.
Baseball, I've got my gun. And here's the stage.
Yeah, ArtCorp is being jittery. Actually, let me make sure I'm not just talking to everyone around me. Okay, yeah, I'm not connected to audio. Yeah, they don't eliminate other stuff, so you guys are going to be mixing and matching. Did I tell you that this is the map? Because that's the map. So we're going to look at the show. I'm going to... head to Seraphim. It's not just voice over IP, it's also face over IP. You can hook the game up to a face tracker, and your character will basically be a in-game VTuber for you. It will do full face tracking for you. No, Gun Show did. My muscles went up a little bit. Darn it, I missed it. I was paying attention to you guys. The muscles are a little more subtle because I haven't built a better himbo model yet. Because, yeah, I've got to manually build all this stuff in Naruto. Yeah, the redeems are cumulative. Each one has 3 levels. Well, for the body morphs. But yeah, this has face over IP tracking your character. If you set it up, your character will... You don't just have proximity chat for voice, but your character will actually emote. And you can make calls in-game. You can make FaceTime calls in-game. And your character's face is transmitted entirely. Okay, give me a second. Because those don't just do character things. The exercise ones I actually do. Give me a sec. Let me pull out the stepper. Get one of those cheap little under-desk steppers. Okay. Yeah, some of these do play noise. I haven't got them all set up yet. Okay. So I assume with the face over internet protocol requires a camera of some sort. Yep. Okay. 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, you need a camera. You can also get different eye trackers. You can also set up the cameras and eye trackers to work with your character. I never bothered to do that, but you can make it so that when you look around, your character looks around. Particularly for flight, this does give you a much greater field of view. I actually used like the improvised cell phone VR headset with it twice. And I'll tell you right now, it takes a little bit to get used to, but especially in dogfighting, it is amazing for situational awareness. Yeah, it's almost like there's a good reason for you guys to help me get VR. Well, okay, I don't know if it's a good reason, but yeah, it's a reason. So this game is simultaneously like VR chat and is closer to being metaverse than anything else. Yep, and they began building it before everyone else, and it is like 98% done from scratch. Was the bikini model a good reason? Okay, so we're just doing center, down, and one hull. Okay. SC team, yeah. Star Citizen team is nuts in a very good way. 98% of what they've done is done from scratch, and the intent is so that after they're developing technology that they can then sell to help support development in the game rather than relying on subscription services and stuff. They're going to rely on licensing. Look up the Star Engine demo as an example of what they can do relative to other game engines. So we will once again start with up here, then go downstairs, and then go over. So Anvil Aerospace is one of the big names next to Aegis Dynamics in the military sphere. And I will not be doing full tours again unless someone really wants to see something. This is the Arrow, which is everyone's favorite light fighter. I'm kind of on it personally, but maybe that's because it's everyone's favorite light fighter. I will admit it is very compact. It is easy to transport. It's relatively zippy and maneuverable. Pretty fragile though, but it's also a light fighter. So, you know, it's not supposed to be a tank. Over here are the two Pisces. We've got the base. These are basically Star Citizen shuttlecraft. We've got the base version. Everyone's talking on their phones. Which I also think is one of the better starting ships in the game. It doesn't have a bed, but it does have a decent amount of internal cargo area. A seat for you, 2 seats to bring friends, and it is relatively easy to control. It is a fairly soft flying. The only problem it has is the same problem that most Anvil ships have. You are deep in that armored cockpit. It can be a little hard to see anywhere besides straight forward and above you. But that's an Anvil thing. That's sort of their whole shtick. They make bricks of armor with engines. They don't really make ships. Pisces is plural and singular, just like all zodiac signs. Can be stuffed in literally any. Yeah, that is also one of the biggest advantages of this, is the fact that a lot of starter ships kind of see a lot of fall off in utility once you get past the starting phase. The Pisces will always be useful. And then we have the Pisces Medevac, which is a Pisces with a little hospital. bed inside. And with the new respawn mechanics, it has become very, very useful being able to set this as a respawn point. Now, remember, range 20 kilometers. So you have to be relatively close to it to respawn in it. But you now have a small portable respawn point. But you can, you know, have it go with you now. The big boy is the Carrack exploration vessel. This is one of the primary base ships in the game. You can see it has a big garage in the front. It has a hangar on top. By default, it's meant to hold only one Pisces. I think it can fit 2 or 3 of them in there. Yeah, demand for that ship just tripled. It very did. It has 4 gun turrets, no missiles. The pilot does not have any weapons, so you need a friend. 3 of the gun turrets are crewed, 1 is remote. It also has a bunch of airlocks, top and bottom and sides. It has a huge cargo. See these pods on the side are its cargo bay. And they will eventually be able to be swapped out for mission-specific modules. It has a precision back for no good reason. The Carrack has captain's quarters, crew's quarters, dining and mess, drone bay, engineering and repair. Like I said, it has a hangar, astrometrics lab. The bridge on it in the front is actually 2 decks. With each deck has a control point for it. Yeah, it is the premier base ship at the moment for, you know what, maybe we'll run into it depending on how long it takes to look at everything else. Is this a Gladiator? This is the Gladiator. A lot of people have not liked the Gladiator, which I think is a mistake. This is a fighter bomber. You've got you with your couple missiles and a couple guns. You've got a turret gunner with a couple guns. And then you've got a torpedo bay down here with big size 5 torpedoes with which to mess stuff up. Now, you admittedly, or, you know, it's not a stealth ship. You are admittedly a very small fighter punching above your weight class. The defense turrets are going to be on you if you decide to get going. But I personally like the Gladiator. I need to pick one up again. I think they are much better ships than some of the fighter jocks like to give them credit for. Things wanted an R2 unit. That's pretty good. This is the Terrapin. This is a scanning and exploration vessel. It only has these 2 little underneath turret guns, but it is very block of armor. And now Star Citizen will stack up against the 40K verse. Star Citizen's technology is more advanced, but I do not think it is designed for the scale of warfare and the giant weapons that are used in the 40K verse. These engines do rotate, so it has some of the most powerful hover capability in the game. Game, please. Please don't freeze on me. Game, please. 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 It has a little scanning area here. A tiny little crew area there. This is an armored scout. It has a big scanning dish on the back. This is used for finding things. Officially for exploration, but it can also be used for hunting down stealth ships. Because they're so heavily armored, they've been used as improvised armored transports and ambulances. I believe this is the Hawk. Yep, it's the Hawk. This is basically your entry-level bounty hunting specialized ship. Single seater. It's got a whole bunch of gun mounts on it. More than it can really handle. Especially, well, I don't know. Maybe they rebalanced it with the new flight mechanic. But generally speaking, it's really underpowered for how many guns it has, because it also has a big EMP generator in the center of it that I can't get a good view of. It's a fair... Compared to the other EMP ships, it's fairly wimpy, but it's also a third the size of the next smallest EMP ship. And then back here, it has... Oh, there's supposed to be a pod on the back that you can shove your bounty into. And then they're stored in the back of the ship. Yeah, they're tiny, they're fast. Like I said, they were very underpowered, so you had to use like ballistic weapons to go with the EMP if you didn't want to basically be micromanaging everything to keep it from shutting down. I do not know if they fixed that. They might have. One of the things that is nice is the fact that you have this window below you. So if you're like chasing someone on the ground, instead of having to nose down, you could just look down and still keep track of them. Yeah, I think we might take a quick jaunt into the Carrack before we leave. Just to give you guys a sense of its scale from the inside. Here we go, the Ballista! Four, I think, missiles, and two size, or as I say, 8 big missiles, 2 big torpedoes. Need to see your target. We have a window for that. And then a small single double turret. And remember, all these guns can be swapped out and modified. Yeah, this thing will create a bubble in which you do not want to fly, or it will shoot you down. It will one-shot most small things and can barrage down most big things. There's the missile operator seat. There's the driver's seat. Driver gets control of the turret. So if you have 2 people, you can be handling both anti-air and anti-ground, or heck, you could just use the guns against the stuff in the air too. But it is nominally intended to be driven to a place, parked, and then just be a bubble. A big no-fly bubble. Ballista, the thing that makes planet assaults the thing you do not want to... Yeah, like I said, a lot of people still like to talk about how, no, flying is superior to anything on the ground. This thing begs to differ. But speaking of guns... I hope there's a... Yep, there is a Centurion over here, which uses the same base vehicle platform, but instead of a missile rack, it has a giant quad cannon. Need to fight Liberty Prime, we got you, my god. This is a big quad cannon, and the driver mount is a single mount, but slightly larger caliber. And then the interior is basically the same. Because they're on the same hull platform. And so you've got the Ballista and the Centurion, which are designed to just lock down an area. And I've been on both sides of these things. I can tell you right now, they are way more effective than most people like to give them credit for. Plus, again, these ground vehicles are cheaper than air vehicles. So you can lock down an area on a budget. Gotta wonder when they're gonna introduce mech units. There are already plans for small personal mech suits. Speaking of guns, a subject near and dear to Zai's heart, literally, he's got a chest cannon like any good anime character. I should consider that. But yeah, and then we have, I always forget what the actual name of this is. It's the Spartan. Which is basically a big APC. This time it is separated because you're deploying troops. You have the main front cabin and crew space. And everyone does have weapon racks next to them. And it has both side and rear exits. So, like a proper APC, you have multiple options to get out if necessary. And then it does go back to the little twin mount, which means it is the least powerful. But again, if you've got one of each of these, you've got a lot of firepower going in any direction you so choose. Then you get all the other ground vehicles that we've seen in previous days. Spartan, what's it do? Survives alone in the dead of winter for 3 days without aid. So yeah, I think running ground ops is perfectly fine. The fighter jocks just don't like to admit how bad it can be trying to do a ground assault. Spartan, what's it do? Win. This is the Crucible, which is a big mobile repair bay. Yes, the Crucible. Not yet in-game coming, but yeah, it's a big mobile repair bay. Ship lands in the center and gets fixed. And now I remember the Cryastros. I miss the Cryastros. The Valkyrie, a small drop ship, boarding ship. It has a door on the nose. No, this isn't the Valkyrie. The Legionnaire, which is everything I said, just I got the name wrong. The Valkyrie is a different ship. This is the Legionnaire. The Valkyrie is the big one that doesn't have a door on the nose. And, honestly, one that I kind of want, the Liberator. This is a baby pocket carrier. Has enough armor to use ramming speed and not die. It does. The Liberator is a baby pocket carrier. It has 3 external and 2 interior hangar slots. You can also use... It also has a decent amount of cargo space. The interior hangar slots could also be used for, like, ground vehicles. Front and rear doors for the hangars. It is a baby pocket carrier that also can function as a small mobile base. And I kind of want it for the mobile base reasons, because it only needs like 2 people. Not counting whoever's running the fighters and stuff. So you can basically fly it someplace, land it, and then you, like I said, use it as a mobile base. You fly out from the ship and you go do things, yada yada yada. I think they're neat. Then we get stupid like packing a ballista and using it as a rear gun. Yeah. Or you can put these various things on top of its deck and just turn it into a mobile weapons platform. That's what some people like to do with the 890 jump, is because it has a massive hangar bay, that people like to put the tanks in it and use it as a battleship. On one hand, it's not a great battleship. On the other hand, it's one of the biggest player flyable ships in the game. So it doesn't matter if it's not great at its job or not. There is nothing that does its job better, and it is a massive threat. There's the lightning again. That's the Valkyrie! This does not have the nose boarding hatch, but it is a bigger troop transport. Able to carry 20 people and like 3 or 4 jeeps. Maybe 2 Ursa rovers. Not that I know of. Side and rear doors. Crew space up top. Each of these doors has is the secure area for your troops. There's a bottom turret, 2 door guns, 2 wingtip guns, a top turret, and a nose turret. So this thing will clear its own landing zone. Game, please. AKA where you stand. The fact that there isn't any glass or anything in that overhang does cause me to ask some questions. We have the Hornets, of which the Mark 1 will soon no longer be available. I believe this is the Mark 1. This is the Mark 1. These are workhorse space superiority fighters. They're not the fastest, but like all Anvil things, they are a block of flying armor, and they can have a lot of firepower. This has the 2 wingtip guns by default. You can add either 1 big chin gun or a turret, and you can add 1 big back gun or a turret. And if you have the Super Hornet variant, your co-pilot, aka Rio, it's a Rio. In these, it's not a co-pilot. Your Rio can take control of the turret for 360 fire. Plus, it has a ton of missiles somewhere. I'm not entirely sure what was actually updated with the Mark II. Through power system utilized by overall weapon and missile package. Okay, so it probably has bigger, better weapons. And I assume it keeps the same ability to mount the nose and back guns. There are a ton of Hornet variants in general. Got the Mark 1, Mark 2 tracker for scanning down things. There's a stealth variant. Like I said, there's a Super Hornet variant. There are the military variants, which I believe this is one of. Is this a super or is this... Yeah, this is the military variant. So it's just overall bigger, has a more powerful power plant, even better gun mounts, thicker armor. And if you notice some line similarities, yes, multiple other Anvil ships are just made out of repurposed Hornet parts. This is the Hurricane right in front of us. This is one of the premier heavy fighters. Got 2 very large pilot mounts and then a ball turret with a quad cannon for a friend. These are nominally intended to be used in one of 2 roles. This one has all repeaters. The idea is this will fly alongside big slow ships and serve as extra anti-starfighter and point defense. You can also load them up with cannons and use them to attack large ships because of all the firepower they have. Plus, they are often used just in general as general purpose heavy fighters because they do have an enormous amount of firepower between the back and the nose guns. And then the Lightning, the answer to the Vandal threat. 8 guns, 4 size 2s and 4 size 3s. And a lot of really, really powerful engines. Big flying wedge of armor, as usual. You can see it is a very chunky ship. These are intended to be the answer to the Vandal threat, by bringing a ridiculous amount of firepower to a fight. Their biggest problems are that they are very hungry, they are very expensive to maintain, and they are very large targets. But with 8 guns all bearing down on a single target, you can generally kind of chew through stuff very, very quickly. So the idea is to kill the thing before you have to get into an extended dogfight. Because as powerful as this is, the small light fighters are still probably going to outturn you, and then you start to get into trouble. You want to run your opponent down before they can get you into a turning fight. Alright, let's have a quick look into the Carrack. Yeah, I don't think there's any new armors here. Yeah, no, these are just standard Marine and Navy type stuff. Say, come up here to the garage. We could take that, but we're not going to. Elevator and docking collar. Cargo bay 1. Cargo bay 2. And yes, the elevator does work to go up and down. Cargo bay 3. And again, these will be able to be modified into other pods that do things other than carry cargo. In here, you got your spacesuit and armory. Back here, you have the rear turret. And this is the main ship elevator. That appears to be broken. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't freeze on me. I'm about to be crushed by an elevator, aren't I? Yeah, looks like we're going to have to leave the convention because elevator's broken, which a lot of these convention ships are pretty broken. I don't feel like begging for someone to let me out. We're just going to take a short break. I'm going to head to Seraphim Station. Actually, you know what? I am going to save my jumpsuit for future use. Someone somewhere is going to find the body and freak out later. Outlaws? Is Seraphim under attack? So once this finishes loading, the game should run a lot smoother than it did on ArcCorp. Hopefully.
All staff until further notice. No one go into lab 2. Please, if anyone sees Dr. Bolin, let me know. Would the family of patient Beth Taggart...
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a short break. I'm actually going to log out, give Seraphim a little bit of a refresh. Okay, and then we're going to buy some ground equipment and get to work. So I will be back shortly. I return. What did I miss? Ah, just more of that. Okay. I also have a very interesting discovery that I saw. So please enlighten me. If the urban assault shed, aka the turtle tank, is a pointless and useless design that has no purpose besides copium on the modern battlefield, why are the Ukrainians adding them to M1 Abrams tanks? Legitimate question. The reality is that the concept does work in a specific niche. In this case, against... Do not turn this into a cursed tank stream. Because it confuses the Russians badly enough that the Ukrainians gain an extra minute to pound them where they trade. The Abrams, like every modern tank, is designed under the assumption that the front will be the only part of the tank facing the enemy. The assumption with every modern tank, including the Abrams, possibly excepting the Challenger 2, is that you'll only ever have to deal with a problem in front of you, so the sides and rear can be as lightly armored as possible. This is what makes them susceptible to light anti-tank weapons. The idea that infantry can get around to the sides and behind them and knock them out with a weapon that isn't particularly powerful because it doesn't need to be. By contrast, the urban assault sheds that are currently being produced, which are basically an improvised casemate armor for the rear, sides, and top, are intended to stop light anti-tank weapons, which, in the war in Ukraine, represent about 98% of anti-tank capability. Therefore, infantry are left with no other choice but to fall back and get away from the tank, unless you can hit it with a lot of light anti-tank weapons, FPVs, drones namely, in order to beat through the armor, or, wait for artillery or airstrikes or another tank to show up and deal with the problem. Yes, they are turning the Abrams into improvised Doom Turtles, essentially. Just like the Russians have been doing to their, everything from the T-60s up. Night arms is 90% of the effective force because, they're running out of artillery. Air superiority is non-existent on both sides. And there's only so many javelins that can both go around and even just be hauled into combat. FPV drones are the primary anti-tank. FPV drones and various armor-piercing grenades are the primary anti-tank weapons in the war, which is exactly what these casemate shells are designed to stop. Up to is glad he's played Star Citizen. As if there's any other game, this would be a cursed tank stream now. Absolutely. In fact, air superiority, and they thought drone dogfighting was silly. In fact, let me see if I can find real quick. Nope, it hasn't quite filtered into the picture lookups yet. Okay, maybe at the end of the stream. I'm not going to interrupt the stream for now. For the moment, what do we want? No country nor man should have as much power as an Abrams that has been upgraded into a pseudo-Doom Turtle. Well, the Ukrainians have lost like a third of the Abrams fleet, so they need something. I think we might be doing arc lights. Because we still got to do this on the cheap, because I didn't get as much money as I wanted.
I think you're going to be happy with that.
Actually, let's buy armor, and then we'll buy the rest of our ammo and stuff. But yes, before we end the stream, I will put up one of the tanks. Let's get the Twilight set. I like this Orc Mark 10 armor. It always looks good. It doesn't quite have the faceplate I like, but it's close enough. Unless, maybe I might have jumped the gun. Oh, they do have Morozov. Next time. Next time. It's too late now. I spent too much money. Good luck with that. What personal weapons do you have? Ah, you have the L-86. Darn it! I like the LH-80. We're gonna... You know what? Screw it. Gonna waste some money. No, I can't, because I need to buy some more stuff. Also, I'm an... boy. No, because I need to buy a second set of armor. And with the expense of Morozov, it has to be... It has to be another set of Twilight, because the Morozov is so much more expensive. No, it doesn't. It could just be a suit. I'm stupid. Just be a suit and armor. I mean, helmets. I also need at least one backpack. Let's get the backpack first. Oh my gosh. I've really screwed this up. Alright, buying one pack. A bunch of suits. Now we need to get ammo and med pens. And we'll probably be able to pick up a multi-tool in a mission. All right, and then we need arc light batteries. Which we can at least buy a ton of. So with that, ah yes, games that force you to manage your money. Some of my least favorite, but at the same time, some of my favorite games. So there we go. The undersuit kind of ruins it, but I do like the armor. So we're going to equip one of the arc lights. For the med pens. Full set of the arc light ammo, because we're going to scavenge better weapons. Right. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pile a bunch of that stuff into the Corsair before we take off, so that we have it. No, don't do that. Why are you doing that?
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Because I left this here this time.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the follow. Please visit us again.
So yes, we are once again going in with a pistol instead of a rifle. I need to be cheap. Hopefully, this will go better than last time because it won't be as laggy. I don't know why I'm doing this. I really should go in the back, but good. I'm going in the back. That didn't activate late, did it? Okay, good. The reason I'm coming in the back is because Now that we're in the vehicle, we can put our undersuits. And our helmets. You know what? I'm gonna put the armor in here. I don't know. You know, you never know, but we'll see. All of our guns. Is there a move all still? No? Oh, there is. Haha. And all of our ammo. So now, when things go wrong, it won't be near as bad as last time. You know what? I'm gonna put a drink in too. Also, I picked up the bike. You can see how small that is. I could probably just move it up here out of the cargo way even more. Couldn't do that with any of the other bikes. You'd be playing Tetris trying to order everything in. And I theoretically have a better setup now for bolting myself in and out of this thing. Theoretically. What do I need to do? Because I have not bolted myself in yet. I'm doing it right now as I talk to you. Because this has those really tall wings that are folded up, I gotta be real careful going out. All right. Landing gear out, wings unfolded. Taking off. There we go. We're gonna get moving to about 2 times ish. Nope, 1 times ish. A little over 1 times the speed of sound. Kind of want to watch Pacific Rim, but at the same time I'm broke. Oh no. The first Pacific Rim movie is amazing. The second Pacific Rim movie is terrible. So with that, we will pick up a call to arms. Afterwards, we will pick up security work assessment from Crusader Industries. All right, away to Daymar we go. I am going in the wrong direction. There we go. Okie dokie. And the little two arrows that you can see slowly moving are showing the actual direction I'm going. I really like the actual physics in this game, which were brought in specifically because players asked for it, because the devs said it'd take a lot of work to either get it right and help you guys, or you'd have to be an astronaut in order to fly. And everyone said, we will pay you, do the work. And then we paid them, and then they did the work. I think the global chat is presently talking about stuff in Pyro. Yeah, look how much smoother this is now that we're out of ArcCorp's area. It's still a little jittery with me running everything, but it is way better. With the rebalance to guns, to repeaters and cannons, I am kind of wondering if I should change up to have some cannons on this. Cannons are now actually really good, but at the same time, this is a big slow ship, so repeaters to actually have a chance to hit isn't bad. Welcome back. All right. Why are you still going? You should not still be going. You should have stopped. There we go. There's a lot of people that look like they probably died here. I'm a little concerned about the turrets getting mad, but we're going to land closer this time. That way we don't have to actually drive. I'm gonna drive anyways. Get the respawn point that little bit closer. Also, I should have the controller set now. What? What was that? Well, I may be in trouble already. I may already be in trouble. Unless it gets saved somehow, which it looks like it did. It got saved! Yay! Oh, thank you for the library tokens. Very appreciated. Yeah, see how much better the driving is with using the joysticks? Oh, I see that. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Now I'm just gonna get these out of the way. We're gonna set this as the respawn point. Just making sure. Sometimes it glitches. And the good old arc light. The first pistol in the game. Is that supposed to be a friendly? Ah! Yay! Yay, cooking success. Loot already? Excellent, I need all of those.
Search high and low to find him.
Don't let the bastard escape. Find him.
Well, isn't this an elusive prey? Eyes on hostiles!
Well, I got one of them. And I can do this now because you can combine magazines finally. Actually, you know what?
I'll give it a glance.
I'm not taking any chances. I like the burst fire on this now. Burst fire on this is nice. Crap, I can't tell if that's a friendly or not. I think that's a friendly.
Don't let the bastard escape. Find him.
Yeah, that's Crusader security. Okay, good. So the green arrow isn't shoot this guy, it's this guy friendly. Good. Yep, that's the guy I got. I feel so accomplished. Blind fire kill.
Contact ahead. Letting him escape is unacceptable, damn it.
Oh, that's a custodian. Now. Don't kill the one friendly I've seen so far. I'll take that. Custodians are good guns. I like the custodians, but I need more ammo for it first.
Are you kidding me? How we lose them?
No. Yeah, custodians are easily some of my favorite SMGs in this game. They're a bit bulky, but they're nice.
Shit. Wherever they are, they won't get away long.
Where the hell could they have gone?
There we go. We got some eliminate target markers now.
Looking into it.
Knowing where they are really helps.
Be right back.
Okay, so bad guys up there. But is there any stealable anything? Or maybe they're just gonna shoot each other. Okay. Okay. Loot, loot. Okay, I've got half an hour to get loot. I should be fine. I'm not gonna get too much. You know, I'm not gonna do like, try to do like trip after trip after trip after trip of getting stuff. But I would like to get some good loot here first. Now, it's just a security work assessment, so there's not going to be the greatest stuff in the world. I might as well grab one of these. I don't need Devastators, but another healing pen will be nice. I'm not a big shotgun fan in this game. Do you have Any spare ammo? Not that does me any good. What the heck? I guess that's useful. But really? You don't even have an S38. Hi. I do appreciate that there is Crusader security here to help. You get paid per kill in these as well, so it's better to get more kills than less. Okay. Crap. Alright, so that is worth way more than that. Crap, I want to keep the custodian so bad. But, well... No, we're taking the snipers. They're good loot. Snipers are really good loot. Please tell me there's videos of this on YouTube. It sounds amazing to watch. Oh, the mask. Okay. Please give me the... Okay. So I guess we're doing another mission with the pistol only. Because we took the 2 sniper rifles instead. Well, I guess I can afford to come down here for one other trip. Grab some other weapons. But I'm not going to do like I said, I still insist on not doing trip after trip after trip. I don't think Trovo Boost is gonna happen, unfortunately. You know what? I'm just gonna drop all of this in the in here for now. I can sort it out later. So, wait, why am I hurt? Why did it think I was hurt? I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, I'm just gonna grab 2 more guns and see what else I can find quick. You look like an ODST from Halo. There is even better ODST type armor in this. There's some really good armor in this. But yeah, this is nice armor. I should have gotten a nicer undersuit for it, but yeah. I like the Orc Mark 10. Alright, now I'm going to grab a Custodian and probably a C-54. Alright. That's one of these. And you have stuff I can loot. Oh, right, and I can... No, don't do that. Give me that back. Where'd you put it? Oh, I dropped it. Oops. Okay. We're gonna take the ammo. I don't need that, but I'm gonna take it anyways. Alright, where's the magazine I dropped? There's the magazine I dropped. Alright, I'm gonna just take a custodian. It's of course they have Chris Vectors. Yeah, those are the rapid fire weapons. Is there any more ammo I can steal? C-54 magazines. Yes. Okay, so I can set up for a nice C-54 round after this. I should have a decent amount of ammo. I don't care about the shotgun. Okay. I think that's a decent haul. I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not worried about being too thorough. Hello. I do appreciate that they pay you, but also say, hey, stuff you find, keep. You know, they give you a decent amount of time to grab your loot and get out. I remember the bad old days where you were basically looting as you went because you had to get out now when it was time. So yeah, I'm gonna go do another pistol run, I think. I'm gonna do another pistol run, but leave the stuff in here just in case I need it. So there we go. That puts 2 rifles there. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Let's take one of the pistols as well. Let's take another pistol and just load the pistols up here too. There we go. Let's put everything in here for now. Equip another pistol. Thank you for the hydrate. And what's neat is... No? Can I not? Oh, there we go. Left alt 1. You can do that and convert all of your ammo. You can combine all of your ammo, excuse me. Right, I also need to... There we go. It's a little convoluted, but take this and put it into there. So there we go. I have a bunch of... Oh, I do have a... Okay, I'm not going to load up on more Arclight pistol ammo, just... Well, you know what? Rather than safe than sorry. Arrowhead and AO3. Those are going to be nice. Alright. Alright, let's get out of here before I push my luck too much. I haven't pulled the stuff up yet, so this is going to be back to the janky setup. Told you. I might move the sniper rifles over to the armory for the Corsair, actually. Too much ammo is a self-solving problem. It is. It is. Doing this outside of ArcCorp, though, has massively improved the situation with trying to do missions. So we have learned, don't do missions around ArcCorp, because that's where everyone else is. What is going on? You're right. There we go. Oh, I think I know what happened. You have to hit left alt 1 in order to combine your ammo. That is also one of my face emotions. Yeah, I'm gonna move the sniper rifles. Yeah, as if to prove your... Yeah, well... half the battle is not doing something stupid like do this at ArcCorp. I should probably move the ammo for those two, just in case. So, a little bit of management. But I'm OCD like that. AO3 sniper ammo. Arrowhead sniper ammo. So those snipers don't have a lot of ammo. And then with no better way to store them, they just have to go into the general vehicle. Alright, since they're not gonna shoot at us in the next 2 minutes, let's actually find another contract. And have money again! Ah, boy. Oof. Oof. Okay, well, someone took that. Oof. You know what? Why not? Why not do a real mission? We've got... this will probably be the last mission for tonight, because this should be a little bit bigger. Alright, let's do this. This should be a little bit of a bigger mission for us. Yep, we're not going to Seraphim. We're going to Prospect Point. Let's hope this works better than the last time we tried to do one of these. Admittedly, the last time we tried to do one of these, the convention was on Crusader. When everything was at its worst. Alright, that's where we're going, folks. They may start shooting at us in the air in these missions. Alright, where is the landing zone for this? Or do I just gotta pick a spot? Oh, looks like top of the towers are the main landing zones. Let's pick this. Oh, there's one over here. Let's pick over here. Assuming I can fit on this. Let's go with something that is a little bit farther away from the action to start, hopefully. I don't know. I might not be able to fit on this landing zone. It is a rather large vessel. You know, for what it is, at least. No, I think we can get down here. Yep, we'll be fine. Okay, we're landed. Engines off. We're not taking the Ursa out again. Well, not again, but this time we definitely aren't taking the Ursa out. We are instead leaving it nice and protected in the ship, and hopefully that will be good enough. Alright, and this time, instead of just going out the back into the fire, we're going out this door. We're gonna have some of the ship to protect us. Ooh, we could go out the roof and see if there's other people shooting at us already that we could just kind of hit from here. I probably could have also just gotten on the rear turret, you know? This is really just showing off the elevator. This time we probably will end up using guns as we get access to them. I probably could have landed closer, but I didn't want to come out into a gunfight. Is there a not in the open field option of running that direction? No, there's not. Alright, tree hopping! Because there could be snipers. I probably could have done a better job scanning before I came down here. I always forget how big these platforms are. I really should have just sucked it up and landed closer. Okay, I thought it was the whole platform. Maybe it is just up there. I don't see a whole lot of firefighting going on. Man, I'm gonna have to go in an elevator, and coming out of elevators is always awful. I mean, you're sitting in the perfect kill box and they are waiting for you. Okay, they are further up. Oh, this is gonna suck! No? They've got to be somewhere on this floor, right? Yeah, we all prefer incompetent bad guys. Unfortunately, the AI in this game is often a little overtuned. And many of the environments that aren't in bunkers are just brutally bad kill boxes. Come on. Okay, this has to be where I'm supposed to be. Maybe I'll get lucky and a bunch of them will just kind of walk off the edge. Never happened before, but I can hope, right? Alright, I'm not entirely sure where 15 guys is supposed to be hiding. Yeah, you would expect it, but right now I don't know where any of them are, which is just gonna make me paranoid. I think I'm supposed to be here, but I have no idea where they are. Okay, I am theoretically at the right place. Yeah, anytime anything goes exactly as planned, I get paranoid. But then anytime stuff doesn't go anytime something doesn't go exactly as planned, I get paranoid. But when stuff goes exactly as planned, then I think I'm walking into a trap. And then I get paranoid. Come on, they gotta be here somewhere. Alright, here's a loot box at least. I guess I'll take some food and stuff. Worst case scenario, I'll get away with some loot and that'll be it. But I mean, I'd really like to get paid. No, I tried to follow the target marker. They are apparently not here. Which means we're going to have to probably do this the slow way. Section by section, building by building. Good goody. Alright, we will check the other floor again just to be safe. Because this looks like the place where they should be holed up. But the other place did too. Both look like places they should be holed up. Yeah, see, this says they're up there. All right. I'm gonna go up there again, see if maybe it's a spawn issue. I may just pull the Corsair out. I only have 3 button options. Am I missing an elevator? Am I missing an elevator? All right. If I can't find this, I'm just gonna get in the Corsair, fly over here, and see if there's anyone I can gun down with the ship's guns or something. I've at least gotten a fair amount of food and drinks. Oy. All right, that's it. We're going back to the ship. We're flying over closer and having a good look. Yeah, they might be floor down, but I don't know how to get there. I've got 3 options. Unless I missed an elevator. Oh, wait. There might be... I might have to take an entirely different elevator track to begin with. There's a burnt out gray cat buggy. Yeah, I will double check the... I'll double check that elevator as well. I'm already down here though, so... Okay, it says they're there. Yeah, it's definitely this building. So yeah, I guess we'll check the elevator that isn't working. See if there's a way to get around it. Ooh, 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 ooh. Can you... No, no. Running around frantically as the beautiful Crusader music plays. Alright, I thought that elevator was just deactivated, but maybe I gotta do something. Okay, I don't know how to unlock this though. I don't know what mission I'm supposed to complete. Okay. I don't know what mission I'm supposed to complete to unlock that. Assuming that's it. I'm just gonna get in the ship and see if I can fly over here and find something. Gotta run all the way back. Maybe I was being clever by not landing nearby, and I was supposed to land nearby. Maybe I need to land on that in order to get up to it. Okay, sure. I guess we failed the mission for the night. Never mind, the bad guys are gone. Boo. CIG, your game is broken. Fix it. At least I got some free food out of it, I guess. You have already been looted, but no one took your gun, so that's mine now. Alright, this is mine. Oh, that could have broken an ankle. Just like defiantly steal a submachine gun from one of the dead guys. I'm not leaving here empty-handed. Alright, well. Lessons learned, I suppose. I don't know that we really have a lot of time to try this again. The rate we're going. I have some extra ammo for that, don't I? Not a lot. Well, no, I guess that is 8 magazines. Never mind, that's a decent amount. Yeah, and I'll drop this food in the ship itself this time. I got a decent amount to camp out in the rover if I get stuck, which has happened to me before. I got caught in a blizzard. Sadly, I ended up dying in the blizzard. But I spent like an hour camped out in an Ursa, in the back of an Ursa, trying to not die as a blizzard froze over. It was, at the very least, an experience. All right. Let's get set back up. Still a chore, but again, it's faster. If still quite janky. Engines on. You say that now. But it was a Microtech blizzard. Microtech is a winter planet. I don't know, maybe we'll use the last of our time to head over to Microtech. Yeah, Microtech is Siberia the planet. Do we want to use our last of our stream time to just go to Microtech rather than try to start a new mission? Alright. What do you guys think? Are we just gonna log out, or are we gonna take a quick trip to... Well... Actually, we should probably do Microtech next time, now that I think about it. Microtech is really far out there. We should probably do Microtech on Sunday. What's the travel time to Microtech? I really like that this now tells travel time. Okay, about 8 minutes. That could be way worse. Yeah, that is like half the time I thought it would take to get there. But it's still 8 minutes of us just kind of sitting around. Well, no, it's not, because I still gotta look up the tank. We're doing this. While we travel to Microtech, I am going to look up the tank. Gigameters, I believe. Which is an actual unit of measurement, just we don't normally use it. All right, now while we travel out, gigameters is 1 to the power 1e to the power of 9 meters. It is a gigameter is equal to 1 billion meters. This is a proper solar system. And the thing is, here, watch this. I can shut down my FTL at any point in time, and I will be where I am in the map. See how this is showing where I am in the map? This isn't just a loading screen. I can do this, come out of quantum, and I am just floating around in space, in between the planets. Well, I installed the universe, so I won't be surprised if a meteor hits me tomorrow because of it. So, back to looking up tanks. Alright, we are trying to find a cope cage tank. Ukraine. Nope. Ukraine Abrams. Ba-da-ba-dam. Those are Russian turtle tanks. Those are the ones we've seen before. People in the global chat also think the orc helmet looks like... Everyone thinks it's an ODST helmet. I guess them doing it is so new there aren't a lot of pictures of them yet. Also, admitting you're making a tactical assault shed out of an Abrams is probably a little bit on the embarrassing side. Oh, here's a couple of them. If it's stupid and it works, it isn't. It ain't indeed. They're mostly more cope cage like designs, but yep. Oh, there's a Challenger 2 with the cage. But yep, they have absolutely started installing all these homemade things onto the Abrams. And some not so homemade things by the look of it. In an effort to, let me see, I'm gonna check on my phone quick while we're flying to see if I can find the actual article that I saw that I can then pull a picture from, maybe. No? No, these are all just close-ups of pieces. They don't do a good job of showing them. But I think that gets the point across. If this stuff doesn't work, why are they doing it? If I'd realized I was going to do this, I could have taken this time to organize my equipment and stuff a little bit better. Actually, I think I might. What the heck is that? She lied and destroyed her career showing Emaru? What? I'm gonna have to look at that after this. Yeah, I've got 2 pistols and 2 SMGs there. Well, an SMG and technically a rifle. I'm gonna leave the... I'm gonna leave the arc light ammo in here for now, but I am gonna take these 3 pistols and put them in the armory. I guess that the armory requires you to push the button does make a little bit of sense. No, put it away. There we go. And then I'll keep the last one for next time I do ground missions. And I do have some... Okay. No, I don't. Thought I had some arc light in here, but oh well. That's still 90 shots of arc light plus these weapons. I'm good. And just in time. This is why I like ships that you can get up and walk around in, is you can do things while you're during your long travel times. Yeah, now we're down to megameters. Hold up. Why did I stop here? I don't see anyone on radar. But that concerns me. Alright, we're just gonna... burn up to full speed to try to eliminate anyone who might be chasing me. Oh, I overshot Microtech. What the heck? No. Let's try that again. Oops. This ship's massive quantum fuel tank is really a godsend. You overshot it by like 4 gigameters. What the heck? That time you used jump jets in an irresponsible manner. So, the background for this planet is that, well, the background for the system, the Stanton system, is that the Empire, seeking funds, sold the rights to the planets to megacorps. Those megacorps being ArcCorp, Hurston Dynamics, Crusader Industries, and Microtech. Microtech purchased this planet, which was completely uninhabitable, and attempted to terraform it. They were only partially successful in that the atmosphere is now habitable, but the planet itself is a frozen wasteland. ArcCorp turned the whole planet into a giant city planet for manufacturing. Come on, work. Hurston Dynamics used the planet of Hurston for, well, weapons testing, and now it is a almost lifeless barren wasteland. Come on! Fine, we're gonna do it this way. Frozen wasteland. I mean, technically it is fit for population because you can still breathe and stuff in the planet. It's just, it's frozen and cold, and I'm trying to get around to the sun side. Crusader Industries set up Crusader as this big, beautiful, well, set up all the floating platforms and tried to turn their manufacturing base into what is also sort of a tourist attraction type place. Yeah, we're just gonna have to make these little jumps to try to get around the sun side because there's not a whole lot of point in wandering around in the dark. Come on. I don't think so, because Microtech as a corporation is very much it's like a cross between Apple and anything Elon Musk owns. Can I please get Oh, right. I'm going to the wrong one. That's why L4 isn't working. Alright, let's jump to Calliope and then jump back. Well, the planet, not the company. The problem is the company owns the planet. Alright, that's it. I'm either going to slam into the planet, or we're going to course correct. There we go. Thankfully, we're course correcting. So this should put us into the sunny side of the planet. Just so we can have a quick look around. Because it is quite beautiful in spite being, you know, frostpunk. It at least Frostpunk level cold. It's not really Frostpunk level technology. Also, since it's the part facing the sun, we're actually going to be in like the only area that might have some greenery. Yes, the primary city is New Babbage, and we can just hop over there as well to have a quick look. I do believe it is named for Charles Babbage. Hey, there's actual trees here. This is the warm part of the planet. Wait a minute, is that one of the new distribution centers? Never mind, I'm going over there. We're gonna have a look at this before we go. I'm assuming it's not going to tell me that I'm not supposed to be here, which I don't know why it would. We're going to take the bike out since this isn't supposed to be a combat mission. I'm going to land over here and take the bike out. Gonna land on a little bit less leaned over terrain and take the bike out. All right, we're going a little over regular time, but I want to check this out. You know what I should do? I should set this up for gamepad controller for the ground vehicles. That would be smart. This is the only warm part of the planet, trust me. Please? Oh, right, duh. Okay, the bikes are brand new and still a bit glitchy. Good to know. So this could get very interesting. But at least I will respawn back in the ship. Why? Yeah, the new bikes are definitely glitchy. That's gonna be fun to use. Yep, I should set this up as a controller. What? Really? Ow. Oh, I should have just brought a normal bike. The pulses are neat. The Mirai pulses are neat, but they are just a little too new. There we go. I think I got the speed tuned. Now don't touch the throttle. Hold on. Is this a Pioneer? No, it's a piece of the base. Never mind. Alright, where's the loading ramp? For those of you who don't know why I was excited, the Pioneer is a ship designed to build bases that isn't supposed to be in the game yet, but you never know. Yeah, I need to set up the controller to do this, just in case. So yeah, these are the new big mega ground structures, and you can get missions in them. Going into the bowels of this facility. An Ursa. Oh, well, they don't want me here. I wonder, maybe if I go to the refinery instead. We are starting to lose frames, which is not helping the controllability of this thing. Wait, is that the refinery? Oh no, the refinery's the other way. Planet sounds like Pluto with extra steps. Do. Yeah, someone somewhere had the idea to put in road signs. It is welcome. So, but here's the question. It said refinery this way. Well, oh wait, no, there's a map. There's a map! Ha ha ha! Landing pad, cargo, security. Interesting. I think maybe we want to go to cargo instead. Okay, I can't go in there. So if I was reading the map right, I know I could speed this up by increasing the throttle. I've had enough trouble with it. I don't want to. Area 4 marked but unlisted. Interesting. I believe that's because the hangars in these facilities are not yet available. The intent, as I understand it, is that you'll be able to set up bases at these. Maybe even take control of them. It's just not in the game yet. Alright, I'm thinking probably gonna have to actually get off the bike in order to check some of this stuff. I hope they smooth out the bike. That's brutal. No? No? Why do you always have to roll? Alright, now security was going to throw a fit. Let's try this without the bike. Where are all sci-fi games either FPS or horror? Because they are. Uh-oh. Don't want to get stuck in there. Oh, come on! Alright, I'm not touching anything. Give it a sec to figure out what it's doing. Alright. I should have paid more attention to the promo stuff, talking about what you do here and how. That's on me. I don't even know what's wrong with the bike, but I'm just gonna have to either go back and get the Ursa, or get my hands on a better bike. This is a shame too, because I thought that the Pulses were gonna be great for being tiny little compact bikes. I'm gonna have one last look around, then we're probably gonna call it. I'll go back to the Corsair and log out, and we'll be done. There's a fair number of Ursas around. I don't know if these are peoples or just part of the operations or not. Alright, fine. We're going back to the Corsair. I am at least getting the hang of this when it decides to work. Oh, right! Duh! This still gives us elevation. That makes it so much better. I completely forgot that this is still a hover bike and has elevation controls. Yeah, that would have made a lot of this easier by just avoiding the problems. Better luck next time. I'm an idiot. What else is new? Please? Let's see, maybe if I try to come in here a little bit higher, that'll help. Yeah, I definitely need to get the controllers set up for this. Okay, yeah, being a little bit higher off the ground is making this a lot easier. Noted. When you land, make sure you go to minimum height to get on or off. But otherwise, immediately go raise your elevation a little bit. Right, and the bike does have a little bit of storage, so you can also use it for carrying extra stuff. Like I said, it's a nice little utility thing. It's just that opening gyro issues. Like, what the heck is happening? Alright. Now, I am going to log out in space because I do not know if they fixed the landed issues. Ships tend to start in flying mode, which for a ship like this doesn't end very well if you're on the ground with the wings unfolded. Yeah, I will set up, even though I think I got some of that figured out, I will definitely make sure that the controller is set up for this from now on for ground vehicles. Right, we're gonna do a quick flyby in New Babbage before we finish for tonight. And then we are actually going to be done. Yeah, see, we are in the one area without snow right now. Alright, let's get out of the atmosphere. Alright, I see the new Babbage marker. I just need to get a little higher. There we go. I'm an idiot. What else is new? I found my people! Alright, just a quick look at New Babbage, which is the main city and one of the starting places you can set up. Well, it's not the main city of Star Citizen, it's the main city on this planet. And yeah, it was definitely the right choice to make the window a little bit bigger. So welcome to New Babbage Microtech. That is the spaceport that we are currently pointing towards. I had a head pat animation. That's one of the things I need to remake. You can see the Hyperloop, which are all these pipelines going from place to place. If you look closely, you'll probably see, I mean not Hyperloop, the Metro Loop, which is based on the Hyperloop. Okay, I am in cruise. If you look, you can probably see the trains moving back and forth. Looks like someone's landed out in the ice flows. Because you can land at a spaceport, or you can land at... Yep, there goes a train. See a little dot moving along the line? Yep, there goes another train moving along the line. Here comes one. There it goes. Here's the Commons. And there is a garage and external doors here at the Commons. You can actually see people parked here around the ice flows. So that they can just go in without having to land at the spaceport. Though whoever that owns that Carrack is not practicing proper etiquette. You are not supposed to park on the driveway. You are not supposed to park on the ramp. Certainly not with the big ships, at least. You need to leave room for the ground vehicles to get in and out. And this is the shopping area, exercise and entertainment district. There's a nightclub. Can you see it from here? It's not activated yet because it's not here at the moment. But there is a convention center here. I think it's that dome right over top of the cab. I think that's the convention center. And then that tall building is the Aspire Grand. It is the main hotel. And that's sort of the main pilot area zone type place. Where the regular pilots can do things, and then but there are various landing pads on top of these buildings. You can get missions for them, all kinds of stuff. You can get in a rover and drive around, find little hidden things all about the city. They are going to open up more zones of the city, though, as you can see, there's already Metro Loop rails for getting around more. But right now they kind of have to focus on keeping the core functionality going. But yeah, welcome to New Babbage. The wind is pushing me to the side. This giant ship is being pushed in the wind. Holy crap. You can get missions for all kinds of places. Stuff up here. The mountains. You know what? Maybe I'm gonna land on the ice floe and show you guys the main center. I'm not gonna go around all of Microtech. I'm just gonna have a quick look in, maybe pick up a burger or something. I am gonna park on the ice floe though, instead of on the freaking ramp like the one person. Seriously. I remember during like the first year Microtech was available, right at first release, the trains broke. So you couldn't get to and from the space station and the, well, anywhere else. Mm-hmm. Okay, I shouldn't have done that just yet. Mm-hmm. Anyways. Assuming any of you are paying attention anymore. The train... Yeah. You think this is unsubtle, just wait for it. Anyways, the trains broke. I tell the story every time we come here. And you couldn't get to and from the space station to the convention center or anything. So, because there's ground exits at both the space station and here, people just ran a bus line, which I participated in, to get people to and from where they were going. Because the trains were working from the commons to the convention center. They just were broken to the space station. If you check the temperature, you will see it is negative 55 degrees Celsius. That is warm for New Babbage. And I am walking against the wind, which is why I am trudging along. The wind on this planet's pretty brutal. But yeah, negative 55 is a warm summer day on here at New Babbage. Frostpunk, eat your heart out. It will be a little bit faster to get down at least. But I can't help showing off. Especially when the game is actually working. Yeah, Botrix points rack up fairly quickly. I know I need to do some balancing, but for right now, I want to at least give people a chance to play with them. Especially since, you know, a lot of people that want to have to jump from a different platform. Since Botrix sadly only works on 4 platforms right now. Yeah, I'm gonna need to at least get a drink while I'm here. The garages are over there. Like I said, I'm not going to take you through the whole thing. I just want to show off. Please. No? Really? I just said the game... well, of course, it's because I just said the game is working. Ah. Well, so much for that. Marched all the way out here for nothing. That's disappointing. We'll have to come back here later. Yeah, it was a spaceport that wasn't working, so we were running a bus line from here to there. I did a couple trips too. When things break, the amount of work that the community will put into helping everyone else, minus of course the odd troll, is just phenomenal. I took part in the bus line, I took part in the shuttle service for the old Port Olisar, rest in peace, when only one of the 4 pads was working. So we had to shuttle everyone over to the one that worked. Nope, I don't want to go to the roof. Oh well. Want to go to the mess hall, thank you very much. Alright, I'm taking off. So I can log out in space. And then we're out of here. Yep, I don't think well, no, I have one announcement before you take off. There's Chesler Station, by the way. Hanging in the sky. One announcement before we take off for tonight. I do not know for sure, but there may be a stream tomorrow. It won't be Star Citizen. I don't know what it will be, but there may very well be a stream tomorrow because my normal Saturday night game has been canceled. So, something to keep an eye out for. I make no promises, but I very well may decide to do that. I think that's the only announcement that I have. I'm gonna work on getting my rant about the Russian shotguns up tonight. Edit in the Coffeezilla thing. Get that ready to go up. Thank you for the hydrate. I am out of things to drink. I cannot hydrate. I'm sorry. Beyond that, I think that's it. I thank you all for hanging out. Welcome again to all the new people. Holy crap. I may actually get monetized this year on YouTube, at the very least. I hope so. That would be amazing. Beyond that, I don't think I have any other announcements. So, make sure you drink something before bed then. I will. I thank you all. I hope you've had a great night. I've got to get myself logged out. And I will see y'all next time. Be safe and have a great weekend.